Whoa. Sup? So quiet. Here we go. Yo yo yo. No, not the stylus. No. The actual USB-Cs. They're like SanDisk Crayola crayons. I have the cerulean one. I can't open it. Help. Oh. It's pretty sick. Little Crayola crayon. I think it's like 50 gigs of space or something like that. Pretty nice. Pretty nice. What is up, everybody? It is Thursday, my dudes. Thursday. Just another day in the thirds. All right, let me publish the VOD because it doesn't do that on its own anymore. Again, just Twitch things. Twitch is like, we detected copywritten audio on one VOD. So now we're gonna private all of your future VODs. You're gonna have to publish them yourself. And every time I toggle it to just republish them on their own, we will not be doing that. It seems we have detected copywritten audio. We will be privating your VOD. And all future VODs. There we go. Alright, cool. Thursday. What's up? What's up? How are we all doing today? Crazy. What's up, Joe? What's up, Ty? What's up, Namayon? What's up, Juvie? What's up, Chewy? What's up, Molly? Did I get everybody? I think so. What's good? What's good? Usually I just base it off of who did their redeems, but ooh, a can of Dr. Pepper. Why is it capitalized? Can. It's not a proper noun. What's the worst that can happen? What do you mean? Dr. Pepper's pretty good. Or it was when I still drank it. I haven't had proper, I say proper because the other day they brought in like this soda, but it's not soda. It's really hard to explain. And it's got like 2 grams of sugar in it or something. And I'm like, I'm gonna try it. It's actually pretty good. It was grape soda, I guess. But not soda. I can't believe it's not soda. Pretty good. Pretty good. Yes. Dr. Pepper I haven't had since, what, 2020? Maybe? Give or take? No, maybe earlier. No, it had to be like 2020 because that's when or maybe 2021. I know I had it one time during the pandemic. It's kind of inevitable. Because I was ordering like Wendy's or something and... yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. My web browser's out of whack. I enabled font rendering, this little like script I have on Violent Monkey. And it breaks everything, man. It breaks everything. That being said, though, why does my Chatterino not show the 7TV name sprays? The paints. Try to find usernames without prefix. Unshortened links. Do I do paints? Send activity to 7TV. I mean, that's fine, but where's my, where are my name paints, man? What happened? Maybe there's a new variation. I gotta update my Chatterina or something. Fair enough, if that's the case. Fair enough, fair enough. I'm waiting for a delivery, chat. Soon. Apparently it's like 10, no. No, I'm wrong. Not 10 stops away. Just going to deliver today, supposedly. I like when Amazon's like, dude, your product, your item, your package is 10 stops away. It's like, oh, dude, sick. It's gonna be here very soon. And then an hour later, it's like, oh, your package is 3 stops away, and you're like, okay. It took an hour to get through 7 stops. How? How did this happen? I guess it just depends on the time. A lot of traffic heavy stuff goes on like later in the day. Uh-oh. Windows update. Whoa. Open Windows update. Pause for 5 weeks. No, they're already installed. Pending restart. All right, chat. I'm never restarting my computer ever again. Oh, man. It's cooked. Another day, another missed bump. Your loss. Your loss, man. Was there coffee? As you said that, I took a swig of my coffee, yeah. French vanilla today. French vanilla. Dude, this might be a hot take, or maybe not. The scent of French vanilla is better than the taste. That being said, the taste, the flavor isn't bad. It's just like when you inhale like a whiff of French vanilla, dude, there's something about it. It hits different. Meanwhile, you take a swig and you're like, this is pretty good, but I don't know, it smelled better than it tasted. I don't know. No idea. My small experience, I like French vanilla creamer more than actual coffee. That is fair. This is gonna sound so health freak. It really doesn't matter that much, but I don't go for the creamers. I just get the coffee that has the flavoring or whatever. There's really no difference. It's just I feel better about myself. It's like, oh yeah, I won't use the creamer because there's like 1 billion grams of sugar in there. What's your favorite coffee right now? Actually, speaking of which, I was talking to a friend from Canada, and he highly recommended the Tim Hortons like beans or whatever that you have to like grind up yourself and make. So I'm like, all right, I'll let's see. I'm gonna look at it. All good reviews, it seems like. Everyone's like, this is reminiscent of the early 2000s Tim Hortons before they fell off. I'm like, all right, you know what? I'm gonna try it. It's an Irish Bogan creamer I barely even know her. Oh, doesn't that? Never mind. Never mind. But yeah, I ordered it and it's on the way. I'm gonna try it. I found that the best coffee is the coffee that you have to grind up yourself. But at that point, you're becoming like a coffee snob. You know, like I feel like a snob with a coffee. It's like, oh yeah, I grind up my coffee because I'm cooler than everybody else. Nah. It's more so, I don't really put milk in there, and I don't sweeten it, if at all. A little bit maybe sometimes, but yeah, you know, it kind of depends. Depends on the flavor. I think French vanilla needs a little bit of milk in there. You guys got a favorite brand of coffee? OG Maxwell House. I mean, that's, if you like it, then hell yeah. Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. My favorite for the longest time was straight up from Dunkin' Donuts, like the bags. But they don't have ones that you can like crush. Hold on. There you go. Yeah, I don't think Dunkin' has those, and if they do, then they're just rare. Maybe you have to like order them online. But just basic Dunkin' Donuts ground coffee. I loved it for so long. It was so good. I don't drink coffee. Yeah, that's fair. That's pretty fair. It's just like I would rather drink the coffee than I would energy drinks of any sort. What's up, Joe? How the juvie? How's the juvie? Ah, like howdy juvie. Ah, nice. Yeah, I've been talking to my actual coffee snob friends about like recommendations for coffee, and most of them are like, dude, yeah, try this one. Then I look, it's like $30, $40. I'm like, oh, dude, the Dunkin' bag is like $15. Come on, man. We can't be doing this. Slash me sneezes. Dude, bless you, man. Bless you, man. I don't have a preferred brand, but we keep getting, I always forget the name. God. We get so many, but like there's one that we've been buying more often lately. And it's pretty good. Pretty good. We have the hazelnut and the French vanilla. Slash me farts cutely. I get bless you, I guess. What is farting cutely? What does that even what does that mean? Low key, I'm kind of like I kind of want to get a second cup of coffee today. Maybe if this like shows up in time, I'll make one during an ad break. Might take a bit longer than 3 minutes. You had a remote like that for a while? Oh yeah. I remember. That's right, we did. That one was stupid. There's so many emotes I gotta get rid of. These bozos, I give them the right to like add emotes to my 7 TV. And they pick like the stupidest stuff, man. And I'm like, what is going on? What is this shit, man? I'm gonna look at it right now. I'm gonna go onto my list of active emotes. I'm gonna scroll right to the bottom. And the recently added ones are just like, no one's gonna use these. God damn, I have to scroll so far down. Alright, courage small is fine. Evil is fine. Now they're not loading up. Where does oh, I can't even see it. Load. Load! Just preview. Forever, I guess. Imagine being a mobile viewer. That could not be me. Those can stay. Those are great. I'm all for those. I did add the Kerfus ones, I guess. What is Gran? What is Gran? Granny old feeky hamster. What? I can't see. Oh, okay. Ooh is like a drool cat. Oh God. Okay. Yeah, I guess Gran can stay. I think I'm over. Yeah, this one's. I'm over it. What is that? Cock. Fine. Doro Ding. Sure, man. People Trip, Pag. Good Pud Mud Nut. Sure. I don't think anyone uses those ever, but sure. Wait. Someone replaced the other oop? Or was that not one that we had? You know, that might just not be a thing. No, the oop that I use, the cat that like side eyes. Huh. I might have to upload that one. I'll just make it private. Okay. What else we got? Lizard. I think the meme is over. I think we're over Lizard, right? Blalatath. I'm keeping. We're never gonna play WoW on stream. I'm just gonna leave that one. Ascending. Glorpiss Girl. Okay, that one can stay. Anger can stay. Dawn's Fiki. Those can stay. Glorp Army can stay. We can stay. Vo? Sure. I can stay. Bussin'. Yeah, that one can stay. Rack Glorp Sit. Nah. Glueless. I'm keeping it. That one's good. Dude, I had all these Voices of the Void ones, but no one ever uses them. We don't need Eeriewell. I'll keep the Kerfus ones. I don't think we need Ak. It means I don't gotta sweat the popularity of my VR chat map. I was kind of over Lizard, like a week into it. Okay, you can stay. W and L. Sure. Kuh. Yeah, that one has to stay. Doing your mom. Yeah, that's good. Cheesed. Get cheesed out of here. Alerted guards. No one uses this. No one uses this. Awooga. No one uses this. No one uses this. Buzzball. No one uses this. Weezer can stay. Weezer has to stay. This one, no one uses this. Aim is good. Feels ADHD. No one's ever going to use this. I think I added this. No one's going to use it. Stimming. Stimming can stay. Lizard was funny. Where people slam it to drown out the dumb people in trade chat. Fair. Zooted. Nope. Sucka, homie. Did I remember this one? We don't need this one. No one uses this. Smug cat can stay. Dwen shitting can stay. Wiggling can stay. She sit. No one uses this. Delete. It's a Malky. Dwork can stay. For those rare instances where Leaf is like, we're rating Aiko. It's gonna be, everyone just say Dwork. Voice of the Void Burger. No, don't use that. Backseers can stay. Me trying to make, what? What is this moment? Me trying to make you explode my mind. Yeah, that could stay. That could stay. Penis. Yeah, I guess I could stay. VOD friends? Yeah, that could stay. Glorming? That could stay. Klep? I like Klep. Well, we had to hear it at least once during today's stream. Freaky can stay. We need some Kumi emotes in here. Kiss a homie can stay. I'm removing the GG. I'm over it. I'm over it. Kind of same. I made the map knowing we had about a week to release it, and for it to get traction, then we'd abandon it. Then when we were about to release it, we had some technical problems, so it was uploaded a few days late. Then it was in labs for the whole Saturday. That meme was popular. Then Sunday, it got all the traction it could. Now it takes 2 months to get 10,000 clicks of the lizard button. And that number is getting exponentially longer. That's sad, but kind of expected. It's kind of to be expected. So funny, dude. The GG's so stupid. I can't. I can't. No one uses Super Saiyan. Get the shit out of here. What is Lero or is this gone? No, it's just not loading. It causing Ghost to go, what is that? Okay, maybe you're right. Maybe we bring it back just for that. Why do we have bingo? Inahe. Throw it out. Throw it out. Watching. It's so stupid. Hamster Dance? You know what? I do play that song randomly. It'll be fitting for when I do that again. Chill Guy. I think we're over this one, right? Doggo Arrive. No, that one has to stay. Monday. Overworking. Overworking about 4 hours is always so funny. Because all the other streamers have like overworking 6 hours, 8 hours. Pedro. We'll keep it. All my fellas. We'll leave it. Quota. I think we're past that era. 90% of is used by Irish if he doesn't come in with a pun. Though I could be wrong. I mean, honestly, it's used by exactly. Fossilbot uses it the most. What else? What else do we got? Oh, we do have it. I knew we had this. I was like, I added this before. So now we have 2 of them. I gotta go get rid of the other one. The one that I, like, named myself. Where is it? We're getting rid of the other one. One life gives... Delete. Yeah, you did. But, Joe couldn't find it, and I couldn't find it, so I re-added it. But I named it When Life Gives You Lemons, because it just said monkey listening to music. I'm like, that's not what it normally says. Okay, I think we're good. Jover. Do we still do the Jovers? I'm gonna leave it. Walked to Poland, sure. Jealous. No one uses this. This channel does not like anime, which is really good. Clat. Weebs. I'm saying, man. All right, I think we're good. All the other ones might be used occasionally. Boko's Binted's over. We hate VTubers anyway, right? Alright, maybe I'm over the Bkak. Where's the? I think we're over those. If you look at like the emote metrics of this channel, it's the #1 emote by a landslide because of the typo. The little, well, you know what I mean. Peepo Pains. This one's so HD. Get it out. Huh, do we keep hard? Thoughts? Alright, debate it in the chat. I'm gonna be right back really quick. God damn, this box is huge. This is supposed to be just a small, like, thing of coffee. What am I gonna do with this box? I hate getting big boxes. I don't know about you guys. I hate it. What did I miss? Not much. I went BRB for a moment. What's up, Cheetah King? I'm gonna open this box. It's gonna be awesome. This is supposed to be coffee. Why isn't it such a long box, man? What's going on here? Using my custom knife. I'm a bit of a Counter-Strike player. Do you guys have a sound or like a texture that when you hear it, you kind of like cringe? For me, it's when you rub cardboard together. I actually just can't stand it at all. Pisses me off. I know people like hate styrofoam. Holy, this huge. Oh my god. What in the world? What? Bro. Dude. The Canadians told me that their portions are substantially smaller. This is crazy. This is insane. We're cooked, man. That bag is enough coffee for like half a year, dude. Jesus. All right, well, that's a lot of coffee. God damn. I'm gonna have to like double up on it. Damn, it's a lot of coffee. All right, cool. Thanks, Tim Hortons. We'll see how that goes. We'll see how that goes, man. All right. I want to get into Voices of the Void, ladies and gents. As you might... Yo, Banana, thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you. Welcome in. All right. Coffee for days. What if I don't like it? Now I have a massive bag of coffee that I might not like. Great. Great, dude. You have to grind it up yourself and everything, man. We'll see how that goes. Jesus. Dude, I was like, why do I have such a... Why do they give it in a big box like that? There's no way. It's supposed to be a small bag. No. That's not a small bag at all. Dude, an average size bag lasts like a month. Dude, that thing is like 3 times the size. It's crazy. God damn. All right, let's get into Voices of the Void. Everybody's favorite video game, set for life. Maybe. Honestly, maybe. I just hope I like it. I mean, I'm not that picky with coffee because I drink it because it's coffee. I need it. I've become dependent on coffee and caffeine. Don't be like me. Do not be dependent on anything. That's my problem, dude. I get like something that I enjoy enough, or it helps in some sort of way, and I just lock into using it all the time, or drinking it, or whatever, taking it. Coffee. I already know if I had like edibles just to sleep, it would be over. I'd be taking them every single night. I can't. I already know. I gotta delete the duplicates. It's pissing me off. Should I keep the sub saves? I'm gonna make a new folder. All right. So how are you liking Persona Elite? Been good? What is this noise? Stop. All right, there might be coffee in game as well. Look at this. Let's get ourselves a swig. Oh yeah. Stop. No. None of that. The game gone in full screen again. Alright, we go. You know, Kirpus is missing something. I just realized he's missing the glasses. I was wondering to myself, like, what is Kirpus missing, man? We do our dailies. It's not time for them yet. 2 more hours. Oh, this one's saved. Wait, let's go. Why did that one save but the other ones didn't? Oh, Jupiter saved. Wait, are they back, the icons? Wait. No. That's a little annoying. I think it might be because we updated. Well, no, because all of the more recent... Dude, the shaking can be a little bit much sometimes. Dude, we have so many tier 1s. What have I done? What is this? I'm down. You know, honestly, anything Glorp and Alien, pretty good. Pretty good. I'd say by default, if we have Glorp emotes, Alien emotes, Raccoon emotes, I probably won't end up removing them unless I think they're that dumb. What is this noise? Alright, cool. At least we have the Jupiter icon. And we got this one. Alright. 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 Got some action shots. Also, what day are we on? Oh, day 42. So it's the end of the week. We should get our weekly bonus. I hope we did today's, but seeing as how I deleted the emails, I probably did. What? Huh? Why'd they shut down? There's not even anything happening. Hold on, I'll get back to them in a moment. Oh. Oh, the Jeep. Oh, Jesus. Oh my God, it broke my fence. My fence. The hell, man? Is this a normal thing that happens? God damn it, my defenses. Well, at least we can hacksaw that thing, probably. Speaking of which, I don't get my combat knife. After reviewing my, my VOD of the playthrough long ago, Joe was right. Not that I doubted him, but like a part of me felt like I was getting gaslit. I just couldn't remember my own playstyle. I'll tell you what I hate about these events. When they turn, like, keep the light on. Where's my knife? Good song, Brazil. Where did I put the knife? Oh God, dude. Not like this. What?
Meow.
Wake up.
Oh la la.
Stop that.
Meow. Meow. Meow.
My knife. Dr. Kel just started crying. He's like, my knife. Oh my God. We need a new lighter. I'm gonna smoke without that. I say, but we haven't actually smoked in this game. Right. Okay. Where would Aiko have put his knife? Ah. Excellent. Fun guy. We're gonna trip on some LSD. Fine. Is this done? Huge. Epic, awesome. Alright, we're almost done with these drives, and then we gotta get a plethora more. Defense! Oh, man. Can I last till midnight to send out a Kerfus? Yes? Yeah? Think so. Ooh. Forget about all that. Give me another one. Let's go. Well, hold on. Nighttime plus rain. Am I safe? To go to that area? Or will I get bombarded? Oh, Jesus Christ. Why are you following me? I hate you both so bad. Stay. Get jump scared by a bunch of hooligans. Yo, FBI agent, yo. Are you my certified FBI agent? Whoa. Oh, God. Family-friendly FBI agent who enters streams for fun? Sick! Welcome in. I don't do anything particularly illegal, I gotta say. I'm pretty good about, you know, abiding to the law? Is that the English? Yeah, probably. Said that one thing. Hey, whoa, 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 come on. Dude, that was like 2 years ago, right? Come on, that was like 2 years. What thing? No, no, nothing, nothing. No, nothing. Hey! What's up, Spork? I hope you had a good stream. TFT, are you a pro? I loved when TFT first came out. I played it so much. I was obsessed. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. Good to see you, Spork. Long time no see. I'm the filthiest of casuals. That's okay. I think the game's like... It's got the same premise, but I think the mechanics changed a little bit, and I also became a very filthy casual, but it's so fun though, right? I'll go through random eras where I'm just like, oh yeah, I'm gonna play some TFT this week. And I play it for a month. Hell yeah. If yes, stretch and hydrate. You're probably right. Probably should do that. I'm dehydrating by drinking coffee at the moment. What name of the game is this? This is Voices of the Void. Which is this kind of neat, kind of horror, kind of not alien satellite facility type thing. You guys are coming in just in time for us to go check something really cool. It stopped raining. I'm gonna get Molotoved. I just realized it stopped raining. If you're wondering why my screen is shaking so violently, we're like really, really on caffeine right now. I was gonna go visit something, but we would get mortared and killed. It stopped raining coincidentally the moment I was gonna go check it. Sounds good, Spork. Enjoy. Enjoy your breakfast. I'm jealous. I want breakfast. Always nice to see you, Spork. Door sounds and flashlight sounds are the same as Half-Life. Yes, a lot of the sounds are very inspired by the Source engine. They're not exactly Source Engine, but they're very heavily inspired. Alright, the next rainy day, we will speed run over to that facility. Alright, I gotta make some space here, man, like... Why rainy day? Essentially, there's this area that I want to visit, but... The thing that is meant to occur only happens during the rain, I suppose. And then, if I go there at night, I'm afraid I'm just gonna get, mortared. There's like a little fortress, almost. It's like a fort. I assume the safest time to go there is during the day while it rains, but... You know. Ouch. I just took some Fun Guy. Why did it hurt me, though? You know, they're kind of monsters. One can argue they're kind of like monsters. I don't know, what do you think of giant centipedes? Oh. Oh, right. Huh. Oh, God. Dude, it's so shaky. It's like overwhelming me a little bit. Screen shaking like hell? It really is. It really, really is. Gotta say, that Fun Guy, it ain't do nothing to me. I thought it would, like, just trip me out instantaneously. Thank you for the follow, FBI agent. Welcome in, welcome in. Yes! We did it! 800 bonus! Splendid. Alright. You go get reports. How much coffee? A lot. I think it's like 4 cups that we had. Dr. Kell can't exactly... Oh, is this the Portal one? I think we just got the Portal Easter egg. Yes, it's Portal! Yay! My boy Wheatley! Well, no TARDIS, but we got Wheatley at least. I'm surprised your character didn't get a heart attack. Dr. Kell's built a little different. He's a little crazy that way. What's up, Tsurume? Tsurume. Wheatley, let's go! Yeah! What? I forgot I sent her out. All right. This one we need to like double save. I won't even sell this one. Why is there a non-burning cigarette on your mouth? Dr. Kell's Canadian, so you know he'll maybe smoke, but maybe won't. No, he ain't. Hey, you don't know. Maybe he is. What if? What was that? Oh, you're hungry. He's Irish? No, he's not. Now that's just ridiculous. That's the most ridiculous thing you've ever said. That's the most ridiculous thing you've ever said. Wait a minute. I'm Irish. Irish is Dr. Kell? No. It can't be. I have proof that Dr. Kell is Irish. I have solid proof. I mean, Canadian, not Irish. Hold on, we'll see in a moment. We just need this. Give me my spatula. I keep forgetting this is the thing that I can use. Okay. 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 Never mind. Does this thing not, like... Okay. What's the point of the spatula if it doesn't even pick up the burger? Oh, yo, chill on me, yo, chill on me, yo, chill on me, yo, chill on me. I really don't want more coffee. Save. Okay, it's saved, but we have to go to bed. Oh, ads. Just in time. There you go. There we go. Is he actually Irish? Is that true? Ads never start when people say they do. I get them at random times. You have an ad blocker, Balky? I think it's based on region as well. I mean, I guess his name is Kellen. That's a very Irish name. Doesn't work for Twitch? Oh, okay. In that giant area, you only have a sleeping bag. We have a bed, but the sleeping bag is better. As far as the sleeping percentages go, by 10%. Monique confirmed it a while back. I guess that makes sense, yeah. How? I don't know. Kellen, isn't that Irish? It's like foreign Irish. Like an American Irish person would name their kid Kellen. Keelan would be more Irish. Oh. So you're saying Kellen Quinn is fake Irish? I'm looking it up. I'm pretty sure Kellen Quinn is American, like fully. Yeah. Kellen Quinn Bostwick. How can a sleeping bag be better than an actual bed? I don't know. It's a very good question. It's very strange. I'm part Irish. Hell yeah. We got Ireland all over this place. Ten more seconds for the ads. I mean, oh. Rip Turkey. Hello? Careful, you don't want to get timed out. Don't use the extra letter thing, you just use a normal U. How do I turn off the light here? Excellent. Back to bed. Nope. I'm sure she went somewhere. What's wrong about Turkish? Nothing. But we have the letters U, like all the extra letters are blocked because of people coming in and speaking in different languages. It has nothing to do with Turkey. If you spoke in Polish, it would be the same deal. And I'm Polish. Bots use fancy letters and shit? Yeah. It's just bot protection. Good work. Well, welcome from the land of Turkey. That do be pretty cool. Hey, what's this email? Alright, the radio tower's been damaged. That's pretty cool. I haven't looked at my, like, stats in a while. I do think it's still primarily, America #1. As far as the viewer percentage. Rough. I bogged that up. There we go. Want to hear a joke? Sure, man. Hit me with an FBI agent. I hope you're not an FBI agent from Alaska. I think we have to... this is Wheatley, for sure, right? I'm gonna do Wheatley level 1. Why did the monkey fall off a tree? I don't know. Why? Huh? Did you listen to the Wheatley one? I think you have to... Don't you have to level it up? Yeah, it has to be level 3, right? Because it was dead. Rest in peace. Rest in rips. On the floor laughing out loud, laughing my ass off. Yeah! What's up, Ghost? Dude, what's up, Ghost of Dane? Oh, solid proof right here that he's actually Canadian and not Irish. Boom! That's the Canada flag! And it's nothing else. And if you try to say otherwise, you're... Is that Gargura? Who's that? The flag among all the other flags that have been there a while long before you. Yeah. What of it, dude? What of it, dude? What, are you gonna tell me he's French? Now that would be absurd. You gonna tell me he's from Wales? Or Scotland? Or New York City? I really hope he's not from New York City. That would suck. I don't think I'd ever play this game again. Whew. Camouflage. Lol. Wait, I'm sure I can like... Oh! Huge. No, but you're saying that? True. True. I mean, he goes, oh, fiddlesticks, what now? I can only imagine an Irish person saying that. It's just it's too goofy for anyone else to say. Ugh. You know, now that you mention it, there is no Ireland here. Not like a single sticker. I think you're forging information, bud. Why did a loaf of bread fall off the tree? Well, that one just doesn't make sense, because a loaf of bread wouldn't be on a tree, now would it? Because it was taped to Monkey. Pretty good one, man. My fuel! Huge. Would it be so wrong of me to get 2 more of them that are connected to the power? Or 1 more? Is that greed? That's greedy, right? That's a bit like too greedy at that point. Yeah, it's probably a bit too greedy at that point. Having 3 of the GPU things. Come on, Wheatley! This was a trial. I'm making my move here. Great success. Can you talk with those 2, Furry and Robot? Not necessarily, but I can instruct them to get some stuff done. Speaking of which, that's a good call. We should probably do our actual dailies. Oh, Wheatley!
Is that space? Are we in space? We are. Oh, this is space. I'm in space. We made it. Space. Earth. Wanna go to 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 Earth. Wanna go home. Right. Don't like space. Too big. Wanna go to Earth.
Can I rename this somehow? If I do copy, what does that do? Yes! Okay. I think I need another drive thing, and we're gonna put the special ones... on another rack. My frames! Yeah. I was like, is there a way to copy it so that it has the name on the drive? And I'm like, wait, that's right. If I just click copyright. If I just copyright it. Dude, y'all have got to stop, man. How is there two of you? I destroyed all but one of the things. Is he showing up with the... Huge. Sweet. Now where do I want to put this? My special drives. Wheatley, level 3. How strong is that doctor? Quite strong. Quite strong. He's on like some other level of super strength. That being said, not very good at eating food. That's for sure. Gets very picky about his food intake. Could be why he's so powerful. I mean, it could be argued that Dr. Kell is an SCP. In all honesty, you can literally argue that he's probably an SCP. I heard something just drop, and a part of me is just gonna pretend that I didn't hear it, but I'm still gonna look out the window. Oh, what's his face was here? We could have just... Alright, it's fun. We'll just, So here's the OG Wheatley, but we made a dupe, so that's good. Be right with you. Hold on. You guys see that Skyrim RP stuff that's going on? Oh. Fiddlesticks. Nope. Really? Actually, I would have expected you to see it because Poke has been streaming it. Hot take, but these should not be like stacking with the finished variations. I understand why it happens, but MRE. Alright, that'll do its thing, and then I wanted to see the other ones. Now, granted, it's kind of too late to fix them, but Jupiter Tier 3. Copy. I want Jupiter. This one's not that special, but I like it because it's Jupiter, question mark? I've not been on Poke stuff for a while. There's some GTRP stuff I've been loving regarding Spaceboy. So my days are Leaf. If she's streaming you, Spaceboy, then it's 2 to 3 a.m. I'm trying to catch up with my YouTube subscriptions. Honestly, very fair. Yeah. I'm also not really on the Poke. But, I mean, honestly, I don't watch a lot of streams lately in general. It's just, if Leaf is live, that's pre-stream, that's before my stream, so that's good to watch. And then I go live, and then I might stick around for whoever I raid for a little bit, but that's after my stream, I typically go do my assignments. It's hard to lock in. Did you get your daughter back? What's up, Lunars? No. I tried to resummon her and make her, like, real again, and the whole process worked. She even blew up, which is, like, normal for the transformation. And then she disappeared all over again. So, I don't know, something's wrong with it. She's broken. But we cannot reclaim her. We cannot recover the daughter. Some Snowblade. You can't level up copies, right? This is the poem. You just can't turn them in? Oh. Oh, I didn't name it. On this day, in 1952, Mr. Potato Head becomes the first toy advertised on TV. The original kit, which included almost 30 stick-on facial features. Sold for 98 cents, real, spud not included. The ad helped Mr. Potato Head sell more than 1 million units its first year. I actually had a Mr. Potato Head, did you guys? I did in fact have one. I'm gonna delete this. I wanted to rename it, but I didn't for some reason. No? Damn. A poem. That's the first time I might have actually used that deletion thing. Hello? I named you a poem. Thank you. What else we got? Delete. Question marks. Pulsar. Unnamed. Delete. Screeches. Space Wind. Dwarf Planet Song. I do like this one. Broken alien noises. Moments from humans. Hey, Lunars. So, I mean, at this point, it's like a 50-50 tie. But my other friend from Canada, highly recommended Tim Hortons whole bean, like the bags where you have to grind the coffee. Now, let me say, first of all, I did get it, and it was not that expensive. I was kind of surprised. This is a massive bag. He said that it's reminiscent of like the early 2000s Tim Hortons. I don't know if you've ever tried it. Should I believe him? I don't really want that one. Nah. A 50-50 what? Nah, not this one. Bum. Bum bum. Bum bum. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Bum. Bum bum. Okay. Sure, let's save that one. Not all of these are save worthy. Some of them I like more than others. Everyone died. Yeah, sure, dude. This one's special in its own way. Boom. Ba-da-dum. Ba-da-dum. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. You guys think AC/DC is overrated? A little. I grew up on AC/DC, so, you know, obviously to me it's like... That's crazy. Oh wait, we've had this before. I don't recall this one. This one's long, dude. What is this one? Stall? Meh. Empty space. Cackerel satellites. It's their song. Space. I'm sure I named that for some reason. Everyone died. Banger song. I already got that one. Wait, Earth Song. That's what I was looking for. I was like, where's the Earth Song one? Ah, beautiful. Yo, Fofalop, what's up? What's up, Rena? My room smells like French vanilla. It's pretty good, man. Pretty good. Is that it? Space wind, screeches. Unknown. I don't think anything else is that special to, like, grab. I don't know if we got any other... How'd I level this one up? We didn't get the happy birthday one from Mars. Unless we didn't, I just didn't notice. Now I won't be able to tell. I don't know why the icons disappear like that. Very strange. At least they come back with the tier 3s. I'm not sure what I did wrong. Dude, this room is crazy. How many clocks or watches do we have in here? 1, 2, 3, and then I have a watch on me, dude. This place is crazy. It's like just time. The time spectrum. Time. Maybe we finally take that medicine. What if I just take normal medicine? Syrup. Maybe he'll stop coughing. We haven't even smoked. We haven't been smoking, man. Alright, here's the course of action. We're gonna take this unknown device. We're gonna open up. No, we're gonna move this over to the... I always just park it over here. Nice. Good parking, Mr. Jeep. What the? Did you guys attack my balcony? Is that where this blood is coming from? Or I thought it was mine. Sha! What, just a random body part? I'm not so easily convinced, buddy. Where's it at? What? Huh? I never look at this roof enough. I'm sure there's more to it than just roof. Oh yeah, the bird's nest. Oh. That is a very heavy sounding egg. I feel like I need to move this nest, like, lower. Put it, like, right here. Get out of my house! Which one's heavier? A kilogram of steel? Or a kilogram of feathers? There's a ladder here. Sandwich! This is why we look around. Sandwich! Autocomplete shit people say into references from popular media, like you said, what the? My brain heard was Frank and Always Sunny really fakely saying, what the? Before he's shot with a shotgun. Oh, dude. I should watch Always Sunny. Like, proper. Can I clean this, by the way? I thought about it. This is so mossy and gross. Can I just clean this? Probably not, right? I'm told I should. There's a lot of shows. I mean, I saw a little bit of Always Sunny. I didn't watch all of it. But I was always into, like, the older shows. The Office, you know, Friends. I certainly like those a lot more than your newer shows. Man, I love this song. Man, I love this song right here. Anyways, I don't know what I'm doing on the roof. I was just looking around. Like, get out of my house! Where are you? Get out. Get out. Today I'm gonna roleplay Dr. Kell, and I'm also gonna, like, OD on caffeine. Gonna go get myself a second cup here in a moment. I won't be anywhere near as jittery as that dude, though. That's for sure. Nope. Burger. I don't know what to do with these feathers. Oh. Planet. Always Sunny is amazing. It's actual dark humor, not dark humor people who say they like dark humor lightly as fuck, but not actually punching down. The gang are always the ones in the wrong. It's never them making fun of people. I like dark humor. So yeah. Damn, we're at 7,215 points. Damn, we're at 7,713 points. Why are you still coughing? You had syrup. You need pills? I just remembered something that I saw. While we were on the roof, I was like, wait a second. I remember. Where was this? I saw someone doing it on stream. Can you close this? You know, theoretically, can I just close the roof? Huh. Maybe it's gone now? I mean, I think it was on a different version. I don't know if it's still here. Oh, I guess not. I mean, it was like nighttime when they found it. I can't remember exactly where it was. It's a while back. Probably gonzo now. Hmm. Gonna look it up on the wiki, but the thing is, this entire building is so different now. I think they were on like 0.7. I've been thinking about expanding the farm, but the thing is we haven't even been grabbing the crops that are already done and ready. Mostly because I'm too lazy to like replant them at the moment. We should get a rake so that we can get rid of these dirt mounds that we have created. I think that's how that works. Might be wrong, but 500? Oh god. Oh jeez. Oh, Neptune. Sweet. Found my favorite planet right here. Actually, maybe it's not Neptune, isn't it? Oh, never mind. Maybe it is Neptune. It's a Neptune-esque planet. Nice. Asteroid. Hello? Were you in the water? What is happening? There's like water noise. What? Hello? What are you, like, swimming in the toilet? Hello? What's happening? I can only hear it. Hello? What the hell's going on right now? Maybe hunger? Maybe something spawned in the water. Somewhere. Some, like, food item. What? 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 Hey! Hey! What is happening? Where's their water? I'm going crazy. What? Dude? I'm at a concert. I can't see or hear the stream, but I'm trying to grow this damn plant. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Enjoy the concert, though. That's awesome, dude. I say he can't hear or see the stream. Is it straight up just Neptune or what? Anything special from this one? Would it be under the base? I mean, I guess? I'm gonna rename it, even though it doesn't really matter. Oh, dude, what if it's... What if it's, the mannequin that we locked in the prison cell? That wouldn't make a lot of sense. Does the... What am I asking? You know how Foxtrot has that, like, secret entrance? And it takes you into an underwater area? That doesn't connect to the base, right? Or does it? Because I don't know. Well, this is not exactly what I was hoping would happen when I started to rake random dirt. Oh, wait. Is that... Ah. What are you hoping for? I just want to get rid of all this giant pile of dirt. I guess we'll just do that. I didn't want to get bags for it, dude. I was like, there's just no point. No, that's so dumb. I want to get rid of it, not just put it somewhere else. Also that, yeah, you don't get anything for selling them. Is it, like, effective for farming? What exactly happens when I do this? Dude, I'm trying to farm. Get in my way. You know, it's funny how at the start of this playthrough, I was like, I'm not gonna do anything to any of them. I'm gonna leave them alone. I got over it so fast. I mean, they started grabbing, like, random stuff in my base, and I was like, dude, no, hell no. Yeah, I'm gonna use this from now on, when I'm actually gonna do the farming stuff. Because then, yeah, I won't have these giant dirt piles. I'm all for that. They're kind of annoying to see. Can I use this on the leaves? I'm gonna try that in a little bit. In the parking lot. I bet you I can. I just thought about that. I was like, huh, you know, there's a bunch of leaves kind of just annoying me in the parking lot. I mean, I'm sure I can't bury them, though. part of me was wondering if maybe, just maybe, that water sound underneath the bass is eerie. But I don't think so. But it would make so much sense if she's just stuck under the base all this time. Alright, when the next ad break starts, I'm gonna go try to grind these coffee beans. I'm gonna make one and just test it. You'll get an authentic reaction from Aiko about Tim Hortons beans of coffee. I'm not that coffee snob core. Like, I'll drink any coffee, I really don't care. But I will, like, have an opinion on which coffee might taste better in general. The thing is, you know, I'm not sure I really drink the coffee for the flavor anymore. I haven't in a long time. Do you have a good grinder and method to filter ground coffee and not instant? Yes. We invested quite a lot into our coffee creation. It is the beating of their hideous heart. It's here! Under the floorboards! This is an actual Edgar Allan Poe reference or a Simpsons reference? I don't remember the actual line, but it... It's hard to remember. Why aren't these watered? Okay, never mind. I'll never tell. This one's like just out of the radius, it feels like. The tree still functions, which is nice. Mushroom. Brown. I'm gonna go cook then. Nice. Nice. Let him cook. Save it. Sounds about like any ordinary Neptune. Cool. I couldn't remember if there was like an ocean planet reference thing. I couldn't remember. Hold on, let's try that theory out really quick. Yo! Yo! That's actually so cool. I kind of want to leave this. Whoa, what in the world? Hello? Feels tripping, man. Whoa. Oh my god. Yo, Valentine. Thank you for the gift to Irish Bogan, man. Thank you. To Ireland. Oh! And a gift to Bisha, who's currently at a concert. Thank you. Thank you, Valentine. Appreciate that. Oh, and to Joe the Lion. Yo, this guy coming in, gifting the subs. No more ads for these gamers. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. What's up, Valentine? Hope you're doing well, bro. Good to see you, homie. Oh, just in time for the ads. Well, I did say I'm gonna go try to make that coffee really quick, so we will be right back. Valentine, thank you, homie. I appreciate that. I'm gonna go try this coffee out. Here, I'll play a song or something for you guys. I should be back before the ad break's done, but I need to find the coffee grinder thing, so give me one moment. Valentine, you the best. You the best music. Jeez. All right, that took longer than I anticipated because I couldn't find the coffee grinder. Oops. They hid it, dude. They put it in like hell itself. All right, we'll try that in a moment. It's like boiling hot. Thanks for waiting, gamers. What's up? What's up? Again, Valentine coming in with the crazy gifties. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Thank you, brother, man. Good to see ya. Good to see him. We'll see how this is. We had authentic Canadian peoples vouching for this coffee. It'll either be really good or horrible. It seems like there's no in between, so. Do I really want this pile of leaves here? Yeah, why not? I guess this means it's autumn time in game. God damn, look at this. Oh, what a disaster. Can I put this? It's like, can I actually just bury this in here? That'd be kind of cool. What? I just, oops. I didn't want to do that. Thank you. I can't believe you're just able to do that. That back. Just bury the rake. This pile looks horrendous. Real. Dude, there's some like under the tree. I can't grab that. The hell, man? Also, why is there just a random rock? What is this? Can I? No. All right. I honestly didn't think this would work, but it makes so much sense that it does. Alright, there's officially too many leaves. I'm too lazy. With the rest. For now. It's also just piles, there's just blood. Like, dude. Who's bleeding out like this? In the parking lot. Also, where are these coming from? What's going on here, man? Oh, we're tired? It's time for bed. Where the boogeyman comes in. Sleep. Sleep now. It sure smells like coffee. Sure as hell smells like coffee. I don't really know what that... if that's a good thing or not. Dude, sleep now. Hello? Why get so quiet? Oh, the things ran out. I was like, why is it so silent all of a sudden in game? It's 1 in the afternoon. It's 1 in the afternoon. Your eyes are the size of the moon. You could cause you can't, so you do. Yeah, we're feeling so good, just the way that we do when it's 1 in the afternoon. The eyes are the size of the moon. You could cause you can't, so you do. Oh, Bumberclop. I really left this at 0. Some Carlos. Nice. Oh, just great. All right, music, you gotta pause for a little bit. I think I know exactly what event this is. Is this TR3? Let's get our cameras ready. We're about to witness some aliens, if I'm right. Ty, thank you for the raid. I see you also were dealing with aliens, although your alien dealings are more violent and gunfiery and big shooty bang bang. Mine is gonna be a nice photograph. Every time it makes me laugh. Look at this photograph. Every time it makes me laugh. My stomach feeling bad. That do be a big oof. That do be a very big oof. The Gabe tummy hort. Does he still have those problems? That's unfortunate. What if you got the H. pylori and just doesn't know? The H. pie. Oh, man. What do we got? Boom. What do we need? Red, maybe blue. We do blue. Can we do green here? Can we do green here? Blue, green, red, blue, green, red, green, red, blue, red, boom. Just like that. Where are they? There they are! Aliens! Aliens! Oh! 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 My camera! My camera! My camera! Where'd that punk go? Hey! Damn it, that was a pretty good, like, spot for a picture. Where'd he go? What? Dude, we have one action shot. It's gonna be like trash quality. No. No. My proof of aliens gone. Why did I trip? And have to lose my camera on top of that? Oh, God. No. It's over. They're gone. They're GG'd. I take a swig of this coffee now. Mmm. Wait, that's actually pretty goddamn good. Ow. Why'd you drop it? Ow. Ow. See, everything's fine. Music. What's up, North Princess? My band CDs. No. Yo, I want those. I like my band CDs. Mystery organ. I keep getting text messages from, like, it looks like scam callers or scam texters. I got a text from Mattion this morning about his new release. We're, like, pretty cool like that, you know? Mattion and I. We just text. We just text each other. POV, I take your CDs. Yeah, what are you gonna... You're gonna just sell them, aren't you? I lodged down for now. Yeah, do your thing. I understand. I understand. I had to do that the other day. Do your thing. Okay. Mushroom. Alright, cool. Let's look at the picture, because I don't think it was that good. I mean, you can barely see him. It practically looks like he's just embedded with the fence. God damn it. If I can listen to music without needing a subscription at your house, I'll copy the songs on my PC and port them into an MP3 player. There's this new age, in quotes, new age. It's not exactly new age, but it's new enough. They're called, like, DAPs, digital audio players, which is essentially an MP3 player, but it functions a little bit better in the sense that you can get FLAC files on them. They're like FLAC players, hi-fi players. And I have one, and dude, I've never looked back. Now, I do still use my phone. just because it's easier, and because the hi-fi player has Bluetooth, but it's kind of scuffy because, you know, it's a hi-fi player. It's not new age tech necessarily, but it's such a game changer for me. That being said, I do still I have Apple Music. The reason I have Apple Music is because they have Apple One. And Apple One, when you're a student, has a pretty banging discount. So essentially I get Apple Health, Apple Music, and Apple... I get like, was it 50 gigs of iCloud and stuff? But I only use Apple Music in the car. At home, I have my local files, and I have my MP3 player, or DAP, whatever. Digital audio player. It's nice though, yeah. I think I'm at that point as well with subscription-based stuff. At least for the most part. I even canceled my Discord Nitro recently, which is crazy. I thought they were called DAX. You know, let me look. I always call them DAPs, but I can't remember. Wait, hold on. No, it's just DAP. Digital Audio Hi-Fi Player. Somehow already got scratched up. I don't even know. The only problem with this one is it's limited to about 50 gigs. And I have several terabytes of music. So, occasionally I have to remove some. And just... whenever I'm in the mood for a specific artist, I'll replace it. It's not maxed out, but typically I just put my favorite artists in there. I need to get a better one that has more like storage, because you can't... this one's maxed out for some reason, so I can't get like an SD card that has, you know, 500 gigs of space. It doesn't work on it for some reason. I don't know. It's something to do with the specific, the you know, the build or whatever. High power, it might, I don't know. I'm not sure. In any case, the DAP I have is sick. It's just, yeah, the problem really is my card doesn't have like an aux thing. It does have a USB, but it doesn't register a lot of the stuff. So I don't know. Pretty good in any case. I already know I'm gonna regret this later. A second big coffee. I mean, it's not jumbo, but another coffee. Usually I just have one jumbo big one or just two smaller ones. But I wanted to try it. I wanted to try it so bad. It's actually really good. But I'm not, I keep saying it, I'm not really coffee snob enough to be like, this coffee is trash. Like, it doesn't have this quality. I'm not exactly to that level. Coffee is just coffee to me.
Co w PS Nob Mentionet.
Gabbert! Thank you for the 20-month primer, man. What's up? The coffee snob mentioned. What's up, Gabby? I got, dude, I have to send you a picture later. I had some friends sway me towards trying. So I always wanted to try Tim Hortons, and I forgot it for the longest time. You know, Canadian coffee and whatnot. And it's just not as good here as it probably would be in Canada. But everyone says, all the Canadians say that Tim Hortons fell off like 10 years ago. Or like maybe even more, like 15. But I have some coffee snob Canadians telling me that if you get the actual like... Oh, wait, one sec. Sorry, phone call. But anyways, basically, I went and I got a bag. Now, I got it on Amazon, and I was like, dude, whatever, small bag. Today, this morning, or I mean, today on stream, I finally get the notification that it was delivered. Gigantic box. And I'm like, why would they put a small coffee bag into a big box like this? Dude. It is not a small bag. This bag will last me like 6 months. It's huge. It's huge. Anyways, they told me, the Canadians were like, yeah, dude, if you want like authentic Tim Hortons or something that feels like Tim Hortons from like the early 2000s, you gotta get the ones from... You have to make it yourself. You have to like grind the coffee beans yourself. I'm like, all right, I'll try it. It's actually pretty good. I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty good. I like it, but not as much as Dunkin' in terms of fast food coffee. Yeah, I mean, I was saying it earlier. I used to just get the Dunkin' coffee bags. Because I thought they were pretty good. But we're very like hit or miss. We get like a bunch of random coffees. It's actually good though. I like this Tim Hortons one. The Harry Potter game is free in the Epic Store. Is it worth getting to have all your friends hate you for supporting her? Dude, I'm gonna be really honest with you. She got the money way before anyone even bought the game. And also, just Salvador Sonnet, bro. I think it's morally acceptable at that point. But it's also free. Dude, I don't care. I streamed the game. Like, dude. I think there's a level of, like, you gotta relax. Like, I like Harry Potter. I hate JK. How many friends you lose doing that? A whole 0. As a matter of fact, all of them were watching the playthrough because they were all too scared to stream it. And I was like, dude, just play it, man. Who cares? I don't think anyone's a transphobe or a homophobe for playing a video game, right? I have trans friends that played the game. I watched streamer groups fall apart because some members wanted to play it. Yeah, but look at that group now, bud. Like, look at it now. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think it's that big of a deal. I'm not homophobic or transphobic. I'm all about it, you know? I'm super supportive. Free games on Epic I never touch. Yeah, that one I felt though. Like, you'll get it. But if it's on Epic Games... When's the last time I booted up Epic Games? During the Gorillas on Fortnite thing. And then I didn't even get it. I can't get into Fortnite. Just can't get into it. There's a lot of games I can't get into these days, but... I only play for my Guitar Hero fix? Really? Fair, I guess. Fair. I don't know, dude. All my friends are back into Final Fantasy. I can't really get back into it at the moment. I just don't care enough. The other group of friends are on WoW. Can't get back into WoW. The near raid as we speak. I mean, it's really cool that people are running it in that case. I was so annoyed that no one wanted to run the near raid, man. Except for that one event. Was it like the Mog Tome and they finally made the near raids like big Mog Tome. Except it was so scuffed because nobody knew the mechanics. I actually had to learn how to tank that raid. All of them. Because none of the tanks knew that you had to, like, pull apart, the Hansel and Gretel. Dude. That shit's crazy. I'm on my lunch break, no! That sucks, dude. Support for the drum set last update, but I couldn't get it to sync up. And the input delay is like 2 minutes. Oh god. Hell no, dude. Oh, hell nah. I'm good. Hell nah. I'll probably get back into Final Fantasy soon, though. We got, like, maxed out submarines. Our FC is as good as dead, but we have maxed out submarines. Like, we're rich. It's insane. It's crazy. It's Faria Starfall and I, pretty much. I've never seen so much gil in my life. If the FC dead, who's taking care of the houses? We have 2 people that are actively playing. I consider that pretty dead. But, you know, I'm comparing it to like other FCs that have 50 billion players at all times. I just swap games too often, you know? I'm never too committed. I mean, you know, Final Fantasy is one of those games that I'll commit to for like several months. So it's better than most of the other games that I play regularly, but... I just burn out too fast with video games now. I don't know if I'm old or if like games just suck now. Oh, Final Fantasy doesn't suck. I will say that like I have a lot of complaints about the story lately, but Dawn Trail was good for what it was. Like, I like the vibes. They should just do a... I think Ty is the one that mentioned they should do a Monster Hunter-esque island getaway. I used to take care of the FC house. I, like, full-fledged decorated it. And then... I haven't touched it since. We still have the basement area, though, that you guys made. Like the little pub, the bar. I tried to make it look better, but you guys already made it look too good. And I was like, I don't want to touch this. It's just... I'm gonna ruin it. I made some other adjustments, but... that, like, whole staircase and whatnot, and the pub bar, that's all still there. I only really adjusted the first floor. I don't think it looks crazy good, but... I mean, it looks better than being fully empty, I guess. Because that's what it was for a long time. It was just empty. I found it funny that they finally made it irrelevant whether you're in Brynhild or Crystal or if you're in Aether Fairy for like PFs. It's like a little comedic. You go visit again? Come through, man. Come through. I mean, honestly, I really haven't played in a while, but... I did the Arkveld fight like several times to get all the weapons, and I think I did the EX like twice or something. And then I unsubbed. And then I went through my WoW phase. And now I'm not even on that either. I'm washed, bro. I'm a washed gamer. I didn't know they raised the level to 100. Yeah, I was supposed to finish leveling everything to 100. I have White Mage left, and I think like 2 crafters. I'm lazy, dude. White Mage, I really don't want to level it. I don't like White Mage. It's the last job I have to level to 100. But White Mage, dude, it's like, it's still Conjurer. It's at like level 5. I just can't motivate myself to get that to level 100. It takes too long. I could use a skip. I could buy a boost. Morally, I'm against it. We need gas. We need double gas cans. Let's do triple. Yeah, they raised the levels to 100 in Dawn Trail. I don't know what they're gonna do with the next stuff, because they said 100 is the max. Like, they're not gonna raise it anymore. I don't know if they said anything during the fan fest, because I was kind of on and off with it. I am kind of hyped for the next expansion, though. It looks sick. What happened to my ATV? Again. I'm getting trolled, man. Did you blow it up? No, you just stole my wheel and teleported it. What are you at? Quality 0? You are at quality 0. stop playing when I hit level 90 on Warrior so I can play for 10 more levels and levels now and finish Shadowbringers? Wait. Level 90? I mean, I guess you just like over leveled, right? Is that the implication that you over leveled? Dude, damn this ATV. Wait, another tire poofed. The warrior class, I never play any other. A warrior is really good. I mean, tanking is gonna change. I don't know how it's gonna work in dungeons, but tanking is gonna change in Evercold, the next expansion, in the sense that there's gonna be like a main tank and an off tank. It's basically doing the raiding strats, but like actually implemented properly as a mechanic. I assume it's not gonna affect dungeons, because I don't know how off tanking or main tanking would function in a dungeon unless they start giving us 2 tanks in a dungeon. Which I don't think that's what's gonna happen. But that looks really cool. It actually makes me want to tank. Overwatch, Pog. Please not Overwatch. Please no. I was off tank since I didn't want to work too hard. I mean, you're gonna be doing a little bit more now, for sure, as an off tank. Essentially, off tanks are gonna be debuffers now. They're not gonna be they're gonna be damage dealers, and they're gonna be like debuffers. So in raids, what that means is the big boss man, you're just gonna be clicking buttons to make sure it does less damage to the main tank, I assume. And the main tank is gonna be the one that just makes sure that they don't take too much damage themselves. They have a lot of like defensive. It's basically defensive versus offensive, from what I understood. So unironically, I actually think maybe off tank might be doing more. But main tank gets this really cool mechanic now where they can perfect parry attacks, and essentially they shoot back like 2 times more of the damage that they were hit with. They like parry it. It's pretty cool. If you like time the attack perfectly. Yeah, that sounds like a lot of fun. That makes me want to tank more, but the only main tanks right now are going to be Paladin and the new tank job that releases. Warrior, Dark Knight, and Gunbreaker are going to be off tanks. Which I don't like that. I gotta be honest, I don't like that they split the tanks like that. I feel like they should have just made it so all of the tanks could do either role. But, I mean, we'll see how it really goes. New tank? Yeah, it's theorized it's gonna be a tank with 2 shields. I'm gonna be honest, from what people are theorizing, it would be really cool if they meshed a DPS and a tank together, and it's like one job, but you can play either or. Because there's also going to be a Fizz ranged, the new Fizz ranged. It would be cool if it was a dual shield, but also dual, like, arm cannon thing. Kind of like Mega Man, but he also has 2 shields on his arms. Gonna be a dancer, but I never committed. I can't be bothered with a lot of the his ranged. I don't know, just not my cup of tea, not my cup of coffee. I can play one of pretty much each role. I don't like healers, so I actively try to avoid that, but fortunately most of my friends play at least one healer. So I got tanks. I like all of the tanks. My favorite's Gunbreaker, but Paladin kind of goes hard too. DPS just look boring. Yeah, it gets a little boring after a while. But it's funny you say that because I feel like tank is even more boring. At least in raids. Like the craziest thing that tanks do is do like tank swapping. I mean, it's gonna change now, but whenever we did like extremes and savage raids, I was always like, damn, tank looks so boring in these. Also, I sold my soul to Black Mage a long time ago. There's really no other job that I enjoy as much as Black Mage. They would need a completely new caster that just brings back like the old summoner with the dots. Old summoner was the greatest and funnest job in that game, and then they really just bogged it up. It really just took away my pride and joy. I want them to bring back some sort of job in that game that is just dot incarnate. It used to be Bard, but now Bard changed a bit too. It's really not dots anymore. It's you got 2 dots you got to maintain. You just click one button every like 30 seconds or whatever, a minute, 45 seconds, and they're replenished. Oh, explosion. I don't know, all these MMOs are like, even WoW, they're all simplifying like rotations for other people, and it pisses me off because I like complex rotations. But something really cool with the upcoming expansion is they're basically making it so you're no longer locked to a 2-minute window in rotation. And what that basically means is, I think there's gonna be more freedom in there's probably going to be like a more effective, efficient rotation still, but I feel like it'll be more like open to options. I don't know. It's hard to explain, but huge. Cheese. Burger. I'm gonna make this guy a burger at almost 1 a.m. Good for him, I guess. He's really living the life. Yeah, I don't think DPS will be that boring anymore. And I don't think tank will be that boring anymore. And I don't think healer will be that boring anymore. I think all of them have some good updates coming up. I'm gonna try the spatula again. I just don't understand, dude. What's the point of this thing if it just slaps stuff and it doesn't, like, let me pick it up anymore? Just got mine out at 9 p.m. Hell yeah, dude. I'm drinking my Timmy's coffee that I got in this jumbo bag. This crazy jumbo bag. It's good, dude. I really like it. Would I say it's better than most other coffee I've had and made? No, not really. It's good. It's good, but like, I wouldn't call it something special necessarily. I mean, I don't know. I've never had 2000s eras Timmy's. It's just what the Canadians claim. The Canadians. The friend Canadians. It might be. It tastes pretty good. I'll go compare it to some real Timmy's when I go to Canada. Probably not this year. Probably next year. I was planning for Japan, but at least Canada's a lot more affordable. Joe, do you know where the mini gas can is? Are you going to Canada? Because the last time I was in Canada was in like 2013 or 14. And I would argue that I really wasn't in Canada because it was only Niagara Falls. But I was told that it counts, so I was like, all right. I think it's on the furnace. I thought it was on the roof. Did they really change it to on top of the furnace? I really don't like being up here, I'm gonna be honest. I don't like anything to do with this furnace. Oh, I think it's on the roof somewhere. I think they changed it. How'd the battery get down here? I don't know. Whatever. I was just thinking about it because I was like, well, that's a lot more storage. It's a lot more gas storage right there. Ads. I cringe. Congrats on your gifted sub, Joe the Lion 26. Yeah, he just came by and I was talking about ads. And he gifted 3 subs. Whoa, timing crazy, right? Crazy. Am I right, since the roof is different? Yeah, that's the thing. The roof changed. So I can't tell. I don't know. I know you look the other way. But This isn't the one. This is from the other album. Can you play Let Go, please? Yeah. With the Grabbits. Normally tucked in by the alcove on the right side if you're facing away from the mystery fire exit. On the roof? On the roof? Steel is heavier than feathers. The garage roof. Whoa. Whoa. "40 seconds. I will say I like it more than the French vanilla coffee that I had earlier. The roast is medium. I prefer stronger coffee, but my excuse then is if I don't have a strong coffee, I can just simply have more coffee in general, you know? Subnautica 2 is releasing into early access on May 14th, 2026 at 8 a.m. What? What the hell? Alright, the garage roof. We said tucked in by the alcove on the right side. If you're facing away from the mystery fire exit, the right side. Tucked in the alcove. So you said the right side. That's the left. Wait, here or over there? Over there was? Oh, okay, okay. You just started looking there? Yeah, I thought I saw something for a moment. I got a little distracted. Maybe it's gone. Maybe it's been obliterated. That's okay. We don't need that. I was thinking about it as like a little bit of a convenience. It's not a big deal. I'm so bummed out that we took that picture. And it's just such bad quality. Man. Check the furnace again, because I swear I found it there twice. I was like, is that it? To the right of the gas input thingy. I could just be blind, to be honest. I wouldn't be too surprised. Oh, whatever. I don't like being down here for too long. It's like the only room in this entire video game that gives me the heebie-jeebies. All right. Alrighty then. I'm gonna CR1. And we're gonna go replenish the 6 things that are broken. Oh, hey. I guess we can do this first. I'm glad they added a little checkbox now for erase data block, so you know, you're not dumb. I'm sure that'll work, right? Hold me closer, tiny dancer. I seem to be running out of drives. Come on, then. Come on, then. Come on, then. Excellent. Job's done. Alright, let's go to TR Uno. Oh, wait, no, let's do this first, yeah? Another asteroid, how exciting. Space rocks. Did you get rid of the random splashing? I'm pretty much convinced it was food because we were really hungry in-game. And it was a random food item that just spawned right underneath me in the, garage area, but it spawned way below in the water. Because it went away, yeah. I didn't do anything, it just kind of went away. Chloe with the raid, thank you. Welcome in, Chloe. What's up? How was stream? What were you playing? You were playing VR chat. Hell yeah. You baited me with coffee in your stream title? This is my second coffee of the day, yes. She was goth today. Well, I know what VOD to look at later. How goth? Do tell. Give me the deets. Very goth. Aiko approves of goth. Goth girl out of 10. Damn. I've been having a goth week. I did, in fact, see, potentially, maybe, some little thing that said, not real hands or something, and then you were pointing at your own hand. Sus. I didn't have they set me up. You sure you didn't set yourself up? Either way, I approve. It was originally pointing at the fake tiny hands. Oh. Oh no. This is the wrong... I'm going the wrong way. I'm so silly. Well, that sounds like fun. Hell yeah, Goth Week. You know, Aiko approves of Goth Weeks. They should become Goth Months. Perhaps even Goth Years. Perhaps even Goth Decades. Goth lifetimes. Yeah, I'm with that. I'm with the program. I'm with it. What's up, guys? I'm Aiko, Trash Panda. I think, probably. At this point, I don't know, maybe. I'm playing Voices of the Void. I've become a Voices of the Void exclusive streamer. Voices of the Void exclusive streamer. Sorry, that was Jeffrey, our alien friend. He likes to break the sound barrier sometimes. You make me want to look into this game. It is so fun. I'm telling you, even if you're like not that into the horror elements of stuff, I don't think it's that scary of a game. Space Honda Civic Driver. "20 hours later, still no idea what this is about." My exclusive description of this game is space and satellites. And aliens. It's one of those, it has mechanics and doesn't hold your hand to use them kind of game, right? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's a tutorial that you're kind of required to do that gives you, like, the basic concept of what you need to do. As in, like, I'm talking, like, just the devices in the main base. You're on your own with literally everything else. You might be confused for your entire playthrough. That is true. I will say a big premise of the video game is cleaning. I hope you're really into cleaning because there's a lot of cleaning. Like a lot. Like a lot. Yeah, I'm gonna say that like your first playthrough is where you try to learn the game an appropriate amount, and then really if you do a second playthrough, that's where we have to go. Why didn't I bring my ATV? Run. Go. I bet it's gonna stop raining by the time we get there. Is the night scary? Without too many spoilers, yes. But it is scary with an asterisk. You will likely get eaten. You will likely to be eaten by a Gru. Joe, am I gonna get Molotoved or mortared in the night? Or is the rain going to be... Am I safe? In the night with rain? Unsure. Alright, we might get bombed. So for the record, as far as this game goes, you can do multiple playthroughs. All of them will be pretty much unique aside from story events that happen. And you can really do whatever you want. There are many... You can be a fisher if you want. You can just exclusively do your job. You can set up crypto mining. Like, there is so much you can do. And even after the story events are over, which takes a long time, by the way, 50-ish days, it's gonna be more. The game isn't fully released yet, but... Oh, come on! Why did an event have to start now? Whatever, I don't have time. The rain can stop at any second. Okay, the event ended. Okay, we're gonna look at the radius. Is there a... Yeah, I think we're gonna get mortared. The gates are open, though. I'm going in. Now what? Huh. So we died. we died a little bit there. Okay, so we can't do that. Oh, I was like, what happened to my save? It's a May. Rain during the day. That's rough. That too, by the way, like you can do so many things, but it's very situational as well. I think it's worth people, if you don't mind horror too much, because it like, my explanation for this game is it's not really horror, it's like paranoia. You're inflicted with a lot of paranoia, and some stuff could scare you, but generally you're just like paranoid throughout your playthroughs. Now, this is my 5th playthrough or something, like 4th, on stream. So there's areas that make me feel uneasy sometimes, but otherwise I'm kind of like, I know what to expect. But each update, each major update does add some stuff that is pretty, like, refreshing, I guess. Still kind of depends. Now it's death. Yeah, we got clapped. Also, you can drink coffee in this game. A lot of it. It could be Chloe Simulator. It really could. With enough effort and enough coffee. Just be careful. Aw, jeez. I refreshed the game and now all the doors. Flashing images in the beginning and it sounded really close to my AI voice. Oh god. It was cursed? Oh no. You should sue them. That's my hot take there. How dare they steal your voice? Hello? How did you get in here? Get out of my house. Get out of my house. Wait, how actually did you get it? What? I guess you were already inside. Shoo. Away with you. This is my son. He does a lot of the work around here nowadays because I'm just an old man with a cigarette in my mouth and a lot of coffee in my system. This is the wife. She's French and quite the smoker. But you know, we make exceptions. It's all good. And our daughter's missing somewhere in the void. I'm convinced she'll never come back, to be honest. Where in the world? Are they all just despawning? They are literally despawning the moment I get to them. Also, there's cooking. This game's a lot of fun. Or the cooking in this game is a lot of fun. Maybe the voices of the void are your daughter asking you for help. I don't know where she is. It's kind of concerning. I'm scared. Speaking of coffee, we're gonna go top up on that. Yummy. Calibrate. How are our servers looking? Pretty stable, pretty stable. Oh, 79%. We just calibrated, man. Sorry, just hold on. Just one moment. Excellent. Wait, did it fail? What? Oh, okay, I was like, what? How? There's a lot of Easter eggs also in this game. Some of them are like really rare, but we have like Portal.
Are we in space? We are. Oh, this is space. I'm in space. Minute. Space. Earth. Wanna go to 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 Earth. Wanna go. Right. Don't like space. Too big. Wanna go to Earth.
Love that one. Yeah, we just found Wheatley randomly in space. Crazy. Those are like rare finds. Takes quite some time to find most of them, so. 105 consecutive streams. Look at this guy. Thank you, man. The Space Corps. Yeah, true. Space Corps. We've got a couple of these nice saved ones. We got Jupiter, a poem, Space Talk, Earth Song. Yes. Yes. Also, if you like photography, you can just run around and when you find stuff, you take pictures. We have a picture of Neon Genesis Evangelion here somewhere. Where is it? Did I delete it? Where's Neon Genesis? Neon Genesis Ramiel. Well, I have a picture of... Oh. Toyota Corolla. This is my daughter before she disappeared forever. Repo. Oh man. You can follow Tinu-chan. Finland! Would you like to be my specimen number 217 of 250 of random VTubers I teach Finnish? Absolutely. Teach me Finnish. Teach me Finlandian. What word? How about... the word... Oh, I gotta think. This is a good one. How about coffee? Kavi. I should have known better. I should have expected it to sound, or basically be pronounced... I'll take it. I'll take it. Hell yeah. This way, when I go to Finland, I can just be like, "Yo, where's the coffee? Where's the kavi?" Cola. Cuppy Cavita. Ketos. Whoa. Now that's sick. I'm quite the fan of Kavi. My mailbox is entirely errors. What? I have 18 GPUs in here. A pipe bomb, a duck. Depends how you want to say it. Ixie Cuppy Cavia Ketos. I feel like I'm casting a spell. It's cool. What is your model based on? It used to be a raccoon. It still technically is. It's a little bit more complicated now. It's a wombo combo of things. Now, why is this chair here? I didn't move the chair. $149. Why do you have so many things in there? You couldn't just put a couple items into your mailbox? Pesu Karhu. Oh. Yeah, you can't put the A. You can't put special symbols. Yeah, we did that because people were randomly showing up, saying random things in different languages, and I was like, they might be saying slurs, and I can't moderate all that, so we just removed all of those. It's okay, I'm Polish, and all the Polish words are also basically banned. That's 1 to 10? Oh my god. Bunch of drives and healing stuff and stuff from Christmas and MREs to sell if I need cash. I have a feeling you don't do authentic replays like I do. You know, I'm quite authentic with my playthroughs. From the beginning. Essentially never exploiting or cheating with like previous items unless like something is literally broken. This is probably the least authentic playthrough I've done thus far though. You can now summon a demon? Sweet. Is it gonna be a finished demon? It's kind of sick. How do you say space in Finnish? Like outer space. Avarus. Now I like that. That might be my favorite word. Avarus. That one's nice. Thank you for being Specimen 217. I'll be back if 216 dies or something. My goal is to hit 250 random VTubers. I teach Finnish. Well, thank you, Tinu-chan. I will never forget you. Avarus. Longer you, Avarus. This is one of those instances where I might need to... I got it? Sweet. Excellent. My candle. Damn. Now I'm a Finnish pro. I can go to Finland and be like, yo, Avarus. You're a Finn now, let's go. Yeah, see you around. Thank you for the lesson. Very cool. How funny it would have been if I was just Finnish all along. It's just like I already knew all this. No, that'd be kind of funny actually. I need someone Polish to just show up and be like, I'm gonna teach you Polish. I'm like, really? I've never heard of that. I mean, I've never heard anyone speak that language before. Whoa. Mostly what I do, I told you to do. I leave stuff in the mailbox to sell if something goes wrong that's not my fault, where I need money, but I might have had some cash in there, but not much. Sacrificial stuff that might go awry. Difficult to replace stuff like shovels, axes, and picks. That's fair, yeah. Honestly, I just thought of making like a split playthrough where I grab all of the convenient items, and rather than putting them in the mailbox, I just leave that playthrough, and if I lose it, I'll put stuff in the, well, I'll dupe the playthrough and then I'll put it in the mailbox. And then delete the previous one. Safety protocol. It's honestly mostly for the tiles. If I have to be real, tile hunting is so annoying in this game that I would rather just find the dupes and put them in the mailbox. But the other thing is, some save files or some versions just don't transfer properly, right? The mailbox won't work. The mailbox is full. How many read and writes does this have left? It's like 2. Yeah. Let's just throw that out. I need a better spot for this. Why do I have this calculator if it's completely worthless? Goodbye forever. Calculating device. For anyone new to the channel, we play this game a lot, but essentially there are some Easter egg events or Easter egg signals that you can get from this little thing. One of them is the TARDIS, and I am a fan of Doctor Who, so I've been trying for about 5 playthroughs now to get the TARDIS. As my primary objective for this playthrough is to finally get it. We might expand past the story, basically, to try and get it. I'm sure a lot of people are praying that I don't find it, because that means I'm gonna have to do another playthrough eventually. But my real like overarching plan with this game at this point is Once the game fully releases, assuming there won't be like any major story changes or updates, I'm gonna have one main save file, and that's the one that we're just gonna play, do the story, and then afterwards we're just gonna continue. I'm gonna see if I can get 100% like achievement stuff. It might be a little bit tough because I think some are time-based, and you have to get them before the end of the story, but this might be a pig, right? That is the current course of action. Dude, it's like so ASMR. I really don't like ASMR. Generally. But I can like, the ambiance of this sprinkler is so nice. I want to expand this farm, but I just don't know what I want to plant yet. Can I plant bananas? Can I get a banana tree? That might be a good play. No. No banana tree. They certainly fixed the flower, because I had that one that lasted for so long. I think it was just resetting every single time I put it into storage for a while. Something's moving like really fast over there. All right. What? We just cleaned these out. That's fine. It was cool that we can grab some of the leaves. I don't really have another objective right now. We're just doing signals. I kind of wish there was... Hang on. Portable PC. 3K! Sure. I'm curious. I don't think that has anything to do with, like, the other modules, but... We were at 9K, so... It's about time to spend some of it. $100. I want like a secondary one of these. We could just spam double signal output. That'd be cool. I can see why that wouldn't be a thing though, but it's the greed, you know, like sometimes it takes too long to get one. We got a laptop. So how does this work? So you get the shop, you get the database. Oh. Wait, what? Uh-oh. try this one. We don't have an image. I don't know what planet that was. But they all looked normal. Whatever. Oh, man. It's progressing fast. Well, it's not what I think it is. It's just red. It's just empty space. Okay. Alright, let's get more level 1s out. What do I do with the laptop? Takes up 449 space. Now I have it, but I don't even know what to do with it. Maybe that bunker that we were working on, we just... I'm in here. Oh. Dude. Maybe we still had our desk here, you know? Okay, my bad, my bad. I suppose I can finally bring one of them up. We have all the resources. Kinda hate that all of these have something that I would want down here. Oh my god. No. Dude. I forgot we had so many drives. Okay. And 6 left over. Oops. What? Thank you. Go on. All right. Cool. A whole new setup. Whenever we need to work from home. Asteroid. I've been thinking about moving all of the machines. I don't know where, because I like this wall, so I don't want to cover it up. I like all these art walls. I kind of wish I could move all these lockers. Maybe I put them at the entrance here? But I feel like they're so out of the way. Alright, this is very unnecessary. Could my old base, like I didn't just boot this up to see if the mini fuel tank was still there. Yeah, there are moments where I boot this game up off stream where I'm like, I'm gonna do stuff that isn't stream worthy, in the sense of like, oh, something broke, I gotta go fix it. Or like, oh, you know, this glitched. Doesn't really happen often. It's always the situations where I'm like, well, this is really bad. Like, I was supposed to do that with, the other Kerfo, but didn't end up doing that. Okay. Meh. But whatever. We'll find a better spot for that one day. There's just something here now, you know? This part's still empty. Is this not the same planet that was red markings? We'll confirm in a moment because we just got the tier 3. But yeah, dude, I'll get so distracted midway through it. I'm like, no, we can't do this. This is... This could be spoilers. Where in the world did it go? There it is. Is it raining again? We can try. I don't know if I'll be fast enough. Ads. Classic. I'm like right there on the doorstep. We'll let them go through. Rose. Rose Duelist. Oh my god, Joe, I see it. It's a lot of errors, man. Hello, Rose Duelist. A pleasure to make your acquaintance today. I'm doing good. How are you doing today? How are you doing on this day? We're about to see something crazy so long as the rain stays there. We just gotta wait 1 minute and 40 seconds. Ah, you finished Resident Evil 6. Nice. How'd you like it? Well, that was fast. Is that the one that has like multiple endings? I don't think so, just different campaigns. I see. If it is that fast, then maybe I'll just speed run the game. Kill each other in a mini game? What in the world? Yeah, we try to hunt each other down. That it's kind of funny. I'll probably run it solo. Probably as Leon. Okay, here we go. Pause the music for a moment. Could this be it? At long last? What in the world? They even closed the doors on me. Hello? Housekeeping? Whoa. Huh? What if I just... Did I anger you? Thank you. I think. I'm not taking more. I don't want to... I think I already crossed the line by taking one. Oh. Huh. Goodbye. Cool. Goodbye. I took one. I don't know if I made a mistake. I didn't see any pop-ups. Stolas will remember that. I don't know if I made a mistake. Ow. I don't know if I missed anything else, but that was cool. Oh god. Oh. Sure, dude. That was sick. Letting go of the acceleration there did that. I didn't let go of the shift key to like speed it up, but I think I remember you need to get like a signal for this. I think that's what it was. I've been questioning these random pipes. I've only seen the two. That one and the one in the base. I feel like I've been questioning them since we started. I don't know what the benefit is. Or what they do. I mean, not enough to care, but enough to be like, huh. Interesting. Get up, man. Come on, man, get up, man. Cool, we got a little herb. It heals, apparently. It's got healing properties. I wonder if I can plant it. At the same time, I don't want to lose it. How's it looking here? Alright. This is the red, but fully upgraded.
Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday.
What's up, Juvie? Is this the red? No. The red. Oh, we already have a tier 3 red. Nothing changed. Mars, I think. It says exoplanet. Probably not Mars. How'd you like Resident Evil 6, man, now that you're done with it? Now that I know it's that short, I might just zoom through it. Hunger. I think we're good. Is there any coffee left? My head is pounding. Then again, too late to drink coffee. There is coffee left, but it is quite late. Are you sure you want coffee? Ready for a long weekend? I'm ready for you to tell me how you liked Resident Evil 6. That's what I'm ready for. It's aight. That's it? You didn't fall in love with the game? It's not your favorite game of all time? Yep, that's probably an exoplanet. The boss annoyed me? Yeah, that's fair. Resident Evil 5 bosses made me really not enjoy the game. Only there was the copy withdrawal solutions, but without the hyperactivity. Honestly, I felt that. I'm not dependent on caffeine. Because I can quit. I've done it once. Done it once willingly. I forgot it was a long weekend, honestly. I mean, it doesn't really apply to me much. At the moment. I'm not sure it would apply to me in the working environment either. It's very different for, IT. I'm pretty sure. With darkness and silence through the night. Snake Eater. Watched that video like 6 times today. Very fair. Admittedly, I like the original more. Some things just can't be beaten. Why is yeah still there? Didn't I remove this? Why do I see it still? Weird. Strange. So this is cool. So hold on. Let me save because I don't want this to disappear. Can I like... Is this greed? This might have been greed. I might get in big trouble. Wait. The hell with the shovel. Oh no, not the big trouble, yep. I stole from a demon. We're as good as screwed. That's so cool. I'm gonna get in big trouble for that. Sounds like the average Thursday for you, though. You think I just steal from demons on the daily? Come on, that's crazy. I kind of like that one. No, just Thursday. Space whale? It's not really a space whale, but I like it, so I'm saving it. Dude, this is so strange. I had that second coffee, and like, I'm not tired, but I'm calm. Like, I have the energy, I can feel it, but it's not like pushing me to explode, like bounce off the walls. It's kind of weird. Does this laptop need to be charged? We're just gonna leave it closed. I don't really want to go through the charging process with that one. This is an on one. Why does it look like white noise? Sure sounds like it. We'll have to tier 3 it, because I don't know. Some of these things just don't really care. I want to send out our best boy to do a little bit of investigating. South. Now, if only I remembered which one is south. Or, you know, alternatively, we just... Alright, south is that way. Which is towards the exit plane. Please don't be fully red. Please don't be fully red. Uh-oh. Oh no, I think we're good. I think it's just if it's just a red dwarf, I think we're good. My cat jumped on the table and landed on a pair of scissors. Thankfully she wasn't hurt. We're lucky I'm moving these scissors. That's crazy. Yeah, it's spooky. A little spooky. This is probably gonna be the pig. Alright. Just a patrolling pig. Perfect area to fight it, though. So what's this about? Flesh pile on the rocks. On the trees, rather. Go a little left. A little bit diagonal. I hate when they're in between the trees. It's hard to spot. I don't really know how fast things move. I missed it. Is it like over here? We passed it. It's in here somewhere. Is that it? I don't think it's a log. I'm going the wrong way? It's hard to pinpoint these, man. Red. Just flesh. Okay, it's to the right. Almost directly right. Yeah, it's a pig. So this is what they do? What a doofus. Does the drone come with light these days? No, but it does come with a little scanny thing, whatever you want to call this. The drone does need a map upgrade. Thermal, right? Look at this guy. But they can, like, four-shot you now. These pigs are, like, dangerous. Alright, enjoy your time, bud. I'm out. You can probably strap a glow stick to that thing, to this drone for like proper lighting, but, or proper in quotes. I can't be bothered, to be honest. Yeah, it's probably the play. You just gotta deal with weird, wibbly wobbly setups. I'm so glad we basically have a failsafe for these GPUs at this point, in the sense that they won't max out by the time the gas runs out on the little engine, whatever, the generator. And they're maxed out, so. Unknown. At least now we know. That unknown could just be spooky red noise. What do I got with red dwarf? Nothing. Nope. Nope. That one sounded a little different. Dwarf planet? This one right here? Sure. I don't really know what I would name that. Space noise. Dwarf. Seems interesting enough. Alright, let's get red dwarf. I can't outpace how quickly we get all of the data, all the signals done, versus like just processing them. For all we know, one of these could be the TARDIS. I actually do think it appears here though. At least we got one Easter egg.
Are we in space? We are. Oh, this is space. I'm in space. Space. Earth. Wanna go to 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 Earth. Wanna go. Right. Don't like space. Too big. Wanna go to Earth.
Cat. I need cat miles away from me. But I do like cat. Allergic? Yeah, it's pretty intense. But it doesn't apply to dogs. It's very strange. I don't know, like... I don't know what the deal is. There was one dog that I remember being, like, super allergic to, and never another one. But cats? I don't know, it's just... There was one cat that I wasn't ever allergic to. Only one. I don't even know if they were hypoallergenic or not. Burger. Whoa. This is what Mercury looks like, supposedly, right? I say supposedly because I don't remember. If it says planet, then it's part of the solar system, I assume in this case, because it's not exoplanet. So it's got to be Mercury. I love to see the aliens depicted on the cardboard cutout actually look like. Yeah, these aren't... I don't think these are real in the game. But we actually had an alien sighting earlier. Unfortunately, I got too close to them. And I guess it made me fall over. And my camera, like, flew down this little alley or valley all the way here. So he got away. This is an alien right here, though. Really terrible picture. I'm bummed out. I almost considered reloading, but... Well... What? These guys? I don't think they're in the game. At least not in the sense of real entities. Why is it dropping? Comic illustration of the graves that you try to photograph? Are they? I think they look like this a little bit, but they have like a glowy thing on the back. And like the face is different. I think maybe the head kind of looks like this. I mean, maybe. Perhaps. This is like aggressive. Look at this thing. It's lowering my frequency. Fan theorizing mixed up with fact. That does happen a lot, to be fair. It's the 44th. Isn't today the day? Think so. We probably won't make it for that event. I might be wrong, but we probably won't make it for that event. I'm getting pretty hungry. So it'll be like first thing tomorrow. It's a good like cliffhanger. What does Echo mean? What happens today? Passive multiplayer, be interesting. Yeah, like leave little messages. There is multiplayer technically. It's a mod. Yeah, leaving little notes. That'd be cool. I feel like this is a big thing to implement that might not be like... Let's get some coffee. I'm not hungry. Well, you better be in a moment. Or we're gonna get consumed by the man. Crichton and Charberg tried to do something a bit more than that a while ago. Multiplayer? Or like what? Like Dark Souls messaging system or something. So what do we got? It could have a special message. Custom signals and isolated sort of weird social media between the players. It would be kind of cool if you can like email each other. That'd be cool. And like share certain signals, but not like in the sense of, oh, this guy sent me a signal and now I can save it on my own PC. But more like it remains in the email. Not like, oh, this guy got the TARDIS signal and he emailed it to me. Now I have it too. I mean, kind of yes, but in the sense of it stays in the email, not you put it on the drive. The radio tower has been damaged. What a surprise. Cute alien roleplay in chat rooms. My whole thing with this game is that once you add like multiplayer element, I think it removes one of the bigger paranoia factors of like feeling alone. I mean, so does Kerfo, I guess. Really, when you think about it. But I like my solo gaming. It's a little bit different. Is this the same planet but smaller? No, this is Exoplanet. Have you looked over at Kerfo quickly in the corner of your eye at all? What do you mean? That he's a robot? My knowledge of this game is from other streams, the wiki, or from my own playthrough. But usually when it comes to remembering the majority of the stuff, it's from my own playthrough rather than someone else's. Unless it's mechanics that I taught myself. Like the whole pig thing. I really don't remember just dodging around trees. I don't know, I remember running around and using the trees as a way to use like the grab gun and tossing the pigs at the trees. I guess. I don't know, like a part of me just doesn't remember dodging around like that. But it is what I did, because I looked at my VODs and I'm like, yeah, I did do that. It's a frame. I think you basically re-render Kerpo for the first time in a while. Look at him for a frame. I know that on April Fool's Day, he gets like a Maxwell face. Not that though? Yeah, I have no idea. Not sure, not sure. I know about Scalper. Does the nail gun work as a weapon now? I don't really get the nail gun. As far as this game goes, I clean and decorate a little bit, you know, to a degree. But I don't go overboard. I'm just not built for it. I don't like uploading like custom files and stuff. Good Lord, I can't see a damn thing in here. I guess we will see the event. We're going nap. We're probably gonna get woken up by it. I think that's today. I think TR1's gonna go down. I believe that is today. I just don't remember what time. I think it's like... Hopefully it's not the dead of night. Yeah. Yeah. Oh wait, no? Is this just purely coincidental and I'm wrong? Well, let's go see. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah, alright. The good vanilla ice cream? Kind of. I mean, I like general vanilla ice cream, to be honest. My favorite is mint chocolate chip. Vanilla's good, no complications. Yeah, typically I'm that way with games, is I don't like to modify them too much. Even Minecraft, you know, I like vanilla plus and not too much beyond that. Because if you overmod it, it gets too overwhelming and a little exhausting. I think this begins the Hell arc. Non-white yellow tint. Maybe it's honestly, it's so hard to remember because I've had so much ice cream. Oh yeah, here we go. This is very suboptimal. What? Oh, we gotta go. Uh-oh. All right. This is where the fun begins. I actually have never tried the fight. I mean, I tried to fight it once. It didn't work in my favor. Ooh. Save this. Nice. I like that. The tank, yeah. He's out here now. Should be fine if I just stay away for the most part. I know he can get pretty close. Like I said, I've never tried to fight it, so that is not a proper battle. The police. I wish. We're on our own here. Very on our own. Very on our own. We should be mostly safe. Alright. Video gamers. That is quite the good conclusive moment. I think we're good for today. So thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. All right, GG's. The big GG's. I'm gonna get some food. Thanks for hanging out today. Be sure to follow my socials. Join Discord if not elsewhere. I'd greatly appreciate that. We'll be back tomorrow. 1 p.m. EST as per usual. And tomorrow, we'll continue the game. There might be coffee number 3. This robot is the last story event that I know of. So if anything happens in the following days, I don't know anything about it. I don't know if more has been added. But we are now in the dark. I don't know anything beyond this point. So, pretty exciting. If you want to come back and see me maybe react to new stuff, I really don't know if there's more. But considering all of the updates that we've gotten in 0.9 versus 0.8, yeah, it's pretty drastic, so there could be some new stuff. Anyways, thanks for hanging out. GG's. I'm gonna let you guys scatter for today. Because I'm hungry and I can't think. So, big GG's. Good night, guys. Thanks for hanging out. And I'll see you tomorrow. Peace.